Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, September 15th, 2015. And the first two items on our agenda are citizen board interviews. And these are both for the Redstone Historic Preservation Board. And so we have two different people who are applying to be on that. And Nancy Cromie is first on the agenda. So do you want to come up? We're going to do the interviews individually and in the order they're on our agenda.
Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, Nancy.
So, yeah, we'd like to welcome you to our meeting and thank you for applying to be on the board. And you said that you were on the board before. How long did you serve before?
You know, I was thinking about that this morning. I think about maybe 8 years. And I don't know if that was totally consecutive. There was 2 times I was on it for a short time, and then we moved to Carbondale. Moved back to Redstone in 2003, and I think I was back on it in 2005. I'm not positive of those dates.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any things from your experience on the board before that you would like to continue doing or to change from what your experience was before?
Well, for sure I'm going to continue following the guidelines because they're set there for a reason, and they've been worked on through the years and improved or at least we've talked about them numerous times over the years, and they're there for a reason, and I definitely think they have made Redstone stay very charming and consistent, and that's how I take the volunteer position. I really, it's not my opinion when I sit down at that table, it's the guidelines.
Okay. George?
Hi, Nancy, thanks for applying.
Yeah.
So Redstone has a historic preservation committee, has what's it called, a small business group, and it has a caucus as well. So how do you see, or is there need for all these 3 different sort of community organizations to
You mean like the RCA and the...
RCA interact with one another when it comes to historical land use issues?
You know, there probably is moments when they do need to interact. I can't think of something this exact moment, but I wouldn't rule that out. I think HPC, the Redstone Historic Commission, in of itself has its own set of guidelines, and coming back to that. And that's what it's there for. I don't think RCA has a say unless they want to come to a meeting and discuss something. Small business owners can come to a meeting and discuss something. But I don't think that is, I think the guidelines are guidelines.
Rachel?
Yeah, I can kind of see that. It's not supposed to become the marketing organization or something like that, although certainly considerations of those interests would be listened to at a meeting.
Exactly. So, that's how I feel about it, and that's what I've seen happen, so, and that's totally, it's a public meeting.
I was just going to ask, were you involved in the Elk Mountain Park design? And
I was
how do you
on
feel
that
it's coming
committee.
out?
Yep.
How do you feel?
You know, I walk my dog there probably 5 times a week. I think that it is an asset for sure. And then now the depot building is being built. I drive by that every morning to leave town. So that's looking great. And I'm so glad to see that going up. It's awesome. Thank you, whatever, all that. Yeah, I think it's been a great, you know, asset. I'm just going to tell you, I'm not happy with Algae Pond.
Okay.
I don't know what that's about. We didn't plan for that. I spent 2 years on that meeting. I went to every meeting, and we didn't plan for
A water feature.
a water
that's not-
feature that's not, it's called a, what's the word they use on the depiction?
Is it riparian zone or wetland? or-
No.
Detention pond.
Oh, yeah, but that was never planned for.
Hmm.
I don't know about that. It's just kind of, I don't know. Somebody told me they'd put in something to retain that, bentonite or, I don't know.
Clay liner or
A
something?
clay,
Well,
something.
we could check in
So
on
I'm
that
not
and
sure
see
about that, you know, it's sort of, I don't know, is it a mosquito gatherer or what is it?
Mosquito breeding pond.
I really don't know. And so the community, I've heard a lot of feedback, they're like, what happened here?
Yeah. Well, we can check into what that was.
What
I don't
that- what
know
it
if it's
is, I don't know.
Mitigation that was required by us, or, I mean, not us.
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
Of us or
Yeah,
something.
so I'm not sure.
And then the other would be, what do you really hope to accomplish on the board this time around?
I want to continue being who I am on the board. I feel like I was an asset prior. I stepped away for a few years for some personal business, and I feel like I want to bring back what I was before, and that's, Redstone has stayed charming because it has an HPC, and I own a home in the downtown historic district, an old house, and we're pretty pure about it. I just want to bring back what I did before, and that's just, I'm not like, there's always gray areas when people come, and so it's a small community, so sometimes you have to talk to people that you get, that's your neighbor, so it's awkward, but I'm okay with that, because when I walk away, I'm still their neighbor. And I think if we didn't have that HPC faction, I don't know what we would look like, but we wouldn't be a National Historic District. And I'm real proud of that. So that's what I want to do.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Patty?
I remember interviewing you before.
You do.
I remember looking at your education and remembering the Stanford University always stuck out. And then all your different things that you've been able to do. So it would be nice, I think, to have you back in.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we need to get some more members there, it looks like, kind of like the issue we're having with the weed board, so.
We've got sort of iffy. We only have 2 people right now.
Yeah, Peter and Dorothea.
Well, no, we have Kathy Montgomery and Dorothea.
Oh.
Peter is recovering from heart surgery, so
Well, he's still.
he's still there.
Okay, but he's not active as Dorothea and Kathy are. I was wondering about that with Peter. I'll have to send him a card. But
So,
thank you for
yeah,
calling again.
yes,
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I can say that Peter has mentioned to me that he was planning on probably stepping away from the
Yeah, I
board.
said it's next April, so I'll give him a call.
We like that.
So, just out of curiosity, how often is the plan for the committee to meet?
We kind of meet on a case-by-case basis, so if an application comes to me, then I usually poll the group and see when we're available. And we try to meet on the 3rd Thursday when we do meet. And it's probably maybe in the last couple of years, we haven't had to meet that often, so maybe 4 times a year. So we also have one very good member who has temporarily relocated to Carbondale, and I'm hoping to get him back on the board as well. So I think, with some of the new applicants and the group that we have now, we have a very strong group.
That's great.
Okay. And then we have Stephanie Askew, is that how you pronounce that? You want to come up? So likewise, thank you very much for applying for this board. I know the board members were feeling a little bit forlorn because they were, had a lot of vacancies on the board. So we appreciate your interest in that. Would you do anything differently in Redstone than you see happening right now if you were on this board?
Having
an opportunity to live in Redstone for the past 3 years. I have somewhat been the little mouse in the corner observing, and somewhat I have been very, very active, and maybe too active sometimes. People are like, city girl, back off, you know. So I'm like, okay, I get it. So originally I'm from Minnesota, but I moved to Dallas, Texas, and then my husband and I bought the art gallery in Redstone, and I've been there for 3 years. We have seen, people come and go in the last 3 years, and noticed. I've attended caucus meetings. I attend the RCA meetings. That I'm just very, I'm just observing a lot in the last few years, and there are things that I would definitely change or hope that they would change. When I say that, it's not that I think Redstone has been poorly managed or maintained. I just think sometimes there's new growth, there's new opportunity. There is opportunities that have left Redstone, and why economy, people's lives change. There are always, there's guidelines out there right now, but sometimes I think guidelines need to be updated or changed according to what the needs of the village are right now, and what the next 10 years are going to bring for Redstone, which I think is going to be significant. Our little Redstone gallery, we have concentrated the last 3 years to restore, update, help that little building, which was built in 1893, not fall into the river any more than it has been. From the front door to the back door, it drops 4 inches. So we've been able to do some help to keep that building from rotting away, and just fix up some things and make it more charming and more inviting to bring guests and visitors. And we're very proud of our little gallery. So proud of Redstone. I get excited every day when I'm a part of, we live in Redstone, and that has just been a wonderful experience for us. As far as some of the changes I would work on immediately is maybe making the entrance to Redstone more appealing. When you drive into Redstone right now, there's a funky little car that says, buy a raffle ticket and you can win me. And that's sitting in front of the company store. It's been there for 2 months. The raffle ticket is going to be drawn October 3rd. Do you remember, Nancy, when it is at the Oktoberfest? I guess, so they're going to raffle off that truck that's been sitting there. It's open air, so it's collected dust and rain, and God knows how badly it must smell of mildew. But I thought, who decided that was appropriate for Redstone? None of us received a warning about that. It's hideous. Also, when you drive down the boulevard, there are some big dumpsters that appear before your very eyes. It's like, welcome to Redstone. A big green dumpster next to another green dumpster right on the boulevard. It's an eyesore. It's unattractive. There's ways that they could be moved back. Maybe some creative woodworker could build a buffer that it could set in front of it, so it's not so obvious, like, welcome to trashy Redstone. And there's just little things like that. Let's clean up Redstone a little bit. I'm passionate about the cottages that people own, and maybe they can't afford to maintain them. A lot of them look like they're falling apart. I would love to see some type of program set up that we can maybe help these people to restore the ones that need. It's a charming little place, and it's Redstone. I knock myself in the head every day. It's Redstone, Stephanie. It's not Dallas, and I don't want it to be Dallas. I don't, never, ever. I just, we love the simplicity of it, but also if more buildings are falling apart and they can't fix them, the owners, then we need to step up, and as a historic preservation unit, there's got to be something we can hopefully do. I don't know. Sorry, I'm a talker. Can you tell?
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for applying and expressing yourself so clearly. And I can certainly see those sort of things, trying to work with the community for solutions. What I'm wondering is part of your desire for change that perhaps the historic preservation standards should be loosened so there can be more expansion and more commercial growth on buildings? Or how do you feel about additions and height limits and things like that?
I don't know that height limits is an issue. I don't think anybody wants to see any three-story buildings in Redstone or anything that doesn't fit with the look of the historic charm of the 1800s. As far as lifting some of the guidelines and making it, what do you mean there?
Well, I'm just wondering if part of what you were describing was that there needs to be more commercial growth for the next 10 years. You talked about that, how it's been good, but there needs to be more of something. Are you thinking, is it more along the types of buildings that you would be reviewing for redevelopment? Or is it more along the lines of the type of, you know, aesthetic touches and cleanups that you were talking about?
It would be aesthetic, because I know we're going to have some more commercial growth. There is a gentleman that bought a couple homes next to each other, and one of them is zoned in the commercial, so he's making it an antique store. That's great. I would love to have a couple more restaurants. I'm talking about the cottages that are in the residential, zoned residential, that they're, I just think that the attention could be given to them so that their roofs and
so in general, you believe that the building size and guidelines for sizes is okay? You're not talking about a change to say you can put a, you know, half duplex on here if that'll allow you to afford to straighten up the front part, restore the cottage?
No, I just would like to see the ones that are there,
okay,
put back in their original condition, or at least maintained so that they don't rot away. Like our gallery hadn't been touched in probably since the 70s. Well, when Eric Johnson took over the gallery and they updated some things, I know they were going to do some more remodeling and fix it up, which didn't happen. Their plan halted somewhere along there. But when we took over, Bev Gossett had the building for 17 years and nothing had been done, and there was a lot of rotting and foundation things that just needed to be dealt with. So those kind of things is what I'm talking about. So
I appreciate
we don't see the deterioration of any more. Yeah.
One other comment, if I may. I don't think it's fully up and running yet, but I just wanted to kind of point out for the general Redstone area, Club 20, Western 20 organization of Colorado, which Eric Johnson used to chair for a period of time. They have been developing kind of a tourism-related website for Western Colorado. And particularly it's being championed by the historic museum in Orchard City, who are trying to get all the various historic sites and places you can visit and things like that onto one kind of western slope map and things like that. So I think that would be, and then of course they're working with the Colorado Tourism Office to get more funds for promoting rural agricultural heritage type tourism. So that really might be an opportunity for the town going forward, for the community.
Oh yeah, that's another good point too, because I know George, I don't know if Steve knows about what else we're working on in Redstone about bringing back the original greenhouse.
That's what I was
Are
going
you
to
familiar with that? So I'm the chairperson for that, bringing back the greenhouse. So we're working diligently with open space, trying to locate an area where we can actually put the old greenhouse and have it restored to its original condition as best as we can with the materials that are provided and remain at this moment. So that is ongoing. As soon as we find a place for the greenhouse, then we can go full force into fundraising. We have a lot of people who are interested in donating. So it's been donated back to Redstone, and we just need to find a place and have it restored. So that is part of this whole thing where I'm excited to be as part of the restoration team, so I can implement my 2 cents and passion.
George?
So Stephanie, I'll ask you the same question I asked Nancy, because because you are involved, you wear different hats up in Redstone. You attend a caucus meetings, you're on the RCA. But I go back to one of your earlier comments in terms of the vehicle that's been sitting up by the general store, that's a raffle. Is that, do you see that as an issue that the historical board should be looking at versus the RCA, or I mean, how do you see that in terms of whose role and responsibility that is?
That's actually was put up there by RCA members, and it's on the company store's property, so it's nothing that we can, I can have my car sitting in the front of the gallery with a for sale sign on it, and it's probably no different. It has to do more with communicating, I think, between village members, and, is that something that we want to have as part of a welcoming to Redstone? Or, if everybody started putting their cars out in front of their businesses or residential, that everybody had a for sale sign on their car, we'd look like a used parking car sales lot. So, it's not really the preservation of that, or the historic society. That's not historical. I think the vehicle is probably only 30 years old. I don't know. It doesn't meet the 50-year-old antique historic rule, whatever. But I would say it's more common sense and communication.
All right, thanks.
I was curious about the greenhouse, and then when you held that up, I realized right away that which greenhouse you were referring to. But do you have, is there any chance of putting that back on the same site where it had come off of originally, or do you need to find a new site for it?
Okay, good question. The original site where it stood is visible from 133, and it's owned by a private residents right now, and they've already been approached putting it back to the original spot, which would help us with probably funding. They do not want it to return to their present land. It's where they own. So that's why we were able to look somewhere else, and knowing that it still is a grand historic building that we feel is entitled to be given back its dignity, wherever it may be in Redstone, but we do want it to be in Redstone and not down Valley somewhere. And our goal is that it would be a community garden, and that we would have programs there about nature and organic gardening and the sustainability of having ownership of a garden, and people can buy plots and have it, be something that brings us together. I don't know if you've seen the greenhouse before. Are you familiar with where it stands?
Well,
right
I've
now?
been in it, down in West Glenwood.
Yes.
I was in it quite a few times.
Okay, so that the owner, Hugh McPherson, has donated it back to Redstone, and the land is for sale right now. So we're not in any rush, because he's had no lookers in the last 2 years that it's been on the market. Doesn't mean it can't go tomorrow and it won't sell. If it sells sooner than we can get this project off, then we will raise temporary funds to have the structure taken down and moved to a safe temporary spot. But right now there's time. There's always a reason why things happen the way they do, and as part of that plan, we're just putting things into position, and if this happens, this can happen. If this happens, just being prepared.
So it's the greenhouse that's at the old garden center.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a neat greenhouse. That's a pretty good, yeah.
It stood at the turn of the century. I'll show you a picture.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I was just at the Elks Club down there, right next door. The last day they were open, actually.
So this is when it was on the property
Oh,
in
wow.
Redstone.
Yeah.
And it was completed in 1902, and John
Wow, it's
Osgood made it
yeah,
for
it's
his
beautiful.
lovely
That would
wild
be-
Alma, because she liked flowers.
Yeah, that would be
And
great.
it sustained the village. They grew all
I
of their
was gonna
vegetables.
say, that makes so much sense in the winter in a place like that.
Yeah, so we'll be able to winter things there, and where we would like it to be is behind the coke ovens. So as it sits, because that's where you have the most sun, in the winter.
On that side.
And it's accessible to the highway for safety reasons. So we're working with Open Space as they're trying to acquire the 35-acre parcel that is owned by Judy Schumacher right now. So
That'd be great.
we're just doing our due diligence and seeing what happens. But I have a great committee. Daryl Munsell is on my committee, and he's an amazing historian.
Further questions?
Oh, good. Thank you very much. It's
Yeah.
nice to meet you.
Thanks so much for
Thank you.
applying, and we really appreciate the people who are on all of our citizens' boards. So we have to, at some other part of meeting, we'll discuss your applications and then let you know officially whether or not we appoint you to the board. And we appreciate your interest.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming over from Redstone today,
Bet,
too.
yeah.
It can be quite a trek.
Well, we do things, do errands and things that we need to do.
Yeah, I bet you would
Get
love
here.
Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, next we have,
So what, just so you know, we'll discuss it as a board, and then we'll get back to the next, I don't know, week, maybe, let you know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions for me? Redstone in general?
Regis is neat.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
is there anything you would do different for, in what's
Well,
going on in Redstone?
We are in the process of updating the guidelines and creating a new sign code for Redstone because the current county code doesn't really apply. And we're about halfway through that project, and one of our big issues is the dumpsters, in terms of how to deal with those in the guidelines, so we'll be
Great idea.
working on that, because for some reason, everyone's decided they need their own dumpster now, where they used to have one communal
Shared.
dumpster.
Right.
But unfortunately, that's changed.
Now they're everywhere.
Yeah, but otherwise, we're moving along.
Thanks.
Thank you
Good
very
to see
much.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, next we have a discussion about the elected officials' salary bill. John's provided us with a big packet of information about different options.
So, I think for the benefit of the public, Steve, I'll go ahead and go over some of the information that's in your packet. So, just to start off with some quick background, I guess I should introduce myself, John Peacock, County Manager. The salaries for all state officials are set by statute, and counties are an administrative arm of the state, so the salaries for all elected county officials for statutory counties are set by state statute. In our case, we're a home rule county, which makes us a little bit different in that we have taken the opportunity to set our own organizational structure, including a 5-member versus a 3-member board, and choosing not to have an elected treasurer, but an appointed treasurer, but keeping an elected assessor, clerk and recorder, and sheriff. Under the county's home rule charter, particularly section 2.5 of that charter, it states that the salaries for county commissioners are to be consistent with state statute, and that the salaries for the other elected officials, being the sheriff, clerk and recorder, and assessor, are set by the Board of County Commissioners every 4 years prior to the caucus. And so that's something that you guys have already done, not subject anymore to state statute. The reason that we're here today is in the past legislative session, Senate Bill 15288 passed, which was an amendment to the salary bill for state elected officials, including county commissioners. In the past, how this has worked is every 10 to 12 years, 10 to 12 years will go by, and a salary commission will be appointed, and the salaries for elected officials will be adjusted. And so the last time we had an adjustment was back in 2007. And that adjustment brought commissioner salaries from just over $51,000 to the current level of $72,500. There have been absolutely no pay adjustments then for commissioners or elected officials outside of, well, for state elected officials since that time until the passage of Senate Bill 15288. What Senate Bill 15288 did that's different from past salary bills is, first, it created a process to adjust the salaries of elected officials by Denver-Boulder, I guess it's now Denver-Boulder-Weld, CPI, Consumer Price Index, on an ongoing basis. It's not done every year, but it's accumulated to the beginning of a new term because elected official salaries can't be changed during their term. So that's a significant change so that you don't have the big catch-ups after 10 to 12 years of not having an increase. The other thing that it did was it adjusted the salaries according to the recommendations of the salary commission. It's appointed by the legislature, and you have an elected official salary commission recommendation as one of your attachments. But it also, for the first time, created subcategories. So Pitkin County, there are 6 classifications of counties for the purpose of establishing salaries. And for the first time, they've created subcategories A through D under those categories. Pitkin County is a Category 2 county. They take various criteria, mostly population and assessed value, and creating the peer groups of counties for the purposes of setting these salaries. But what the Senate bill did was it created A through D. All counties are automatically included as a Category A, Subcategory A county. That is consistent with the recommendations of the Salary Commission, and those counties, those Subcategory A counties, will receive a 30% increase in addition to the CPI adjustments going forward. The subcategories B, C, and D then create increases in descending order. B are 20% increases, C are 10% increases, D is a 0% increase, but does accrue the cost of living, the consumer price index adjustments going forward. Just to give you an idea of how these, more that is very difficult to read, isn't it? I can get that adjusted a little better here. So this is in your packet. This is from the CCI memo. So the statutory scheme that we've been operating on is on the top. You have categories 1 through 6, and you have the salaries for the elected officials going across here. The new statutory scheme breaks out the categories with various salary levels, and so under Senate Bill 15288, the Category 2A salaries go to $94,250, Category 2B, $87, Category 2C, $79,750, and Category 2D back at the $72,500. No increase. That is the base where you would start under beginning January 1st, 2016. The reason that this is coming in front of you today is that in creating the subcategories, the legislature has provided an opportunity for commissioners to weigh in on where they want that base salary to begin starting January 1st, 2016. Those salaries will only change upon it coming into a new term. So for us, it really doesn't start until 2017 because we have terms running through the 2016 time frame. But CCI will be running a bill in the next legislative session. They have a sponsor, Millie Hamner, who's going to sponsor a bill for counties that wish to maybe put themselves in a different subcategory for the purposes of salary. Again, the only elected officials that would be affected by this in Pickens County are you guys, so it's a little bit awkward that it's your call, and we're talking about your salaries here. We're anticipating that CCI is going to be making the call for counties that want to be included in a bill to change their subcategory sometime in October. So the purpose of today's meeting was to at least begin the discussion, see if there's consensus on direction that you would want to give as a board when that request comes in. If we choose not to take any action at all, it was the finding of the Elected Officials Salary Commission and the law that was passed into effect in this last legislative session, that you would be in the Category 2A salary ranges. We did not make a recommendation as staff, but did make some points as far as things that we thought were important for you all to consider in addition to the materials that were provided to you. One of the things that I think the county elected official salary commission called out, and one of the things that a number of organizations do, is they really classify their positions depending on the amount of decision-making authority and scope of decision-making authority within those positions, with those positions having the broadest range of decision-making authority really being at the upper end of the pay scales. Obviously, if you look at things that way, the board has the largest breadth of legislative as well as administrative and quasi-judicial decision-making in the county, and so there is, there is a lot of organizational theory and such out there that would support the board being towards the upper end. There has not been a cost of living or market adjustment for your positions since 2007. So while this looks like a significant increase, it is because the incremental increases that would typically be made or usually be made for positions to address cost of living or market shifts, those sorts of things, have not been made for over a decade for your positions. There's no other position in the county where that's the case. And so the increase up to 30% is really consistent with roughly where salaries would have been had they been adjusted by inflation going forward. I think you need to, in your discussions, take the effects of the cost of living here, and probably the most important consideration is really not thinking so much about what it means for you as individuals, but what it means for the sustainability of the organization. Really asking and trying to answer the question, what is the salary level that's necessary to ensure that going forward we continue to have a strong pool of candidates who want to serve in these roles and are willing to go through the process to be elected and then to serve in what are really, as I think most of you would say, I think full-time kinds of positions serving the community, making the breadth of decisions that you are, with the pressures that you have. Really, the question in front of you is, what's a salary level that's going to ensure that we continue to have a pool of candidates going forward who are willing to do that, while also being responsible to our community's values and expectations. In your packets, there are a number of tables that look like this, and I just want to explain these real quick. This shows the history as well as projections, and so we could run these back farther, but I couldn't fit them on the page, so I collapsed them going back to 2005. You can see how the salaries stagger. And so because salaries can't be changed during a term, we were coming at the end of about a 12-year run, quite frankly, of the salaries at 51,827 going into the 2007. At that time, the new salary bill was taking effect, and so you started to see the commissioners coming in at your current salary levels. Under the new proposal, January 1st, 2016, the new base pay would kick in. You would see that for us, it would start at a $96,000. That's assuming a 2.85% CPI Denver Boulder, and that was just for this time period, taking the average Denver Boulder CPI and running it forward. And so these are estimates. These may or may not be real numbers going forward, depending on what that inflationary rate, cumulative inflationary rate is for those 4-year periods, okay, of adjustment. You have 4 of these tables for subcategories A, B, C, and D, so you can just kind of see how we project that pay progressing under each one of those scenarios. And so what we are really looking for today is some discussion. If you need additional information before you get an ask in October, whether you want to participate in legislation proposed by CCI, or if there's even consensus on the board and direction when that question comes forward. So I'd turn it back over to the board at this point.
Yeah, what does staff currently gets or has been getting 3% a year, and then CPI, or is that correct?
Well, so
At a stage where they didn't.
right. So just like so many other organizations coming out of the recession, we did not have any pay increases. We had a freeze. Where we are today is we budget a pool, and so coming into this year, we had budgeted a pool at 3.5%. That doesn't mean that's what everyone got.
That's what could be.
Yeah, so it's distributed differently based on market studies and those sorts of things. But we right now have a pool of 3.5%. Frankly, we're finding that to stay competitive in our pay plans and our environment right now, that may need to increase in the future. And so we'll be having those discussions during budget.
The other question is, what's the current salary for the sheriff, the clerk, and the assessor?
Yeah, so we made those adjustments, and I think these are in your packet here.
Well, I thought they were, and then when I
They're
went
just all on spread on different pages, and it's kind
Yeah,
of hard to
sorry.
track
Way
it down.
back like 3 pages from the end of the packet.
So give me just a second here.
that was as of 2014, right? In that,
Yeah, so, and actually, 2015, so these were estimates, and the way that we wrote the resolution is that these elected officials would get what was generally budgeted. So instead, for example, the sheriff, we had estimated at that time 3% because that's what we had built in. We actually raised that to 3.5%. So The salary beginning in 2016
Is-
for the sheriff is 116,794, I believe it
Okay,
is.
so,
Yeah, and for the clerk and assessor, it's just over 94. I don't have that written down here.
okay, so these are a little different than on here.
Just
'cause that
slightly,
was-
just because it changes
Changes, okay.
as our budget changes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael?
So, John, typically the state legislature set these salaries, sort of take it out of the hands of local, local jurisdictions. And so there isn't a question about various officials raising their own pay.
Correct.
And so now, in effect, they put it back in our laps. Because you're saying the choice ranges from 70 to 250 to 96. So that's what's in front of us. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And it is just for the public, this is the first time that commissioners have had this kind of decision put in front of them. It is the determination of the legislature that the appropriate salary level is at that category 2A. That's why they put every county in it, and it's consistent with the findings of the studies that led up to this. In response to concerns from counties, though, that were either concerned because of their tax base or because of values, whatever, they did establish these other subcategories. You can only, though, go to these subcategories with legislative approval. And so that's, CCI is going to be running a bill to make subcategory adjustments for those counties that, for whatever reason they determine, want to make that request.
Can I just follow up on that one, Rachel? Are you done, Michael?
Yeah.
Well, based on that, so if that bill goes before the legislation to pass, if that bill did not pass, then it is no longer in the hands of the commissioners in each county, but it reflects back to it's a legislative action, as Michael was suggesting.
Correct. Ultimately, the authority lies with the legislature. In this case, they've created these subcategories, but then also said that counties cannot move within those subcategories without legislative approval. And so if the legislature were to deny a county's request to move to a 2B or 2C or whatever subcategory, then that county doesn't move. There's also a confined choice here, and the confined choice is not between categories. We're not being given that kind of latitude. It's really just choosing one of the subcategories.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And, just to add what I know of the background of the conversation, I think John alluded to it, but the Salary Commission has been working for years and years to try to get some sort of bill passed, and had extreme frustration, and so they finally got to this one, and they said, hey, this is our last go. And we should know that this really affected more state offices as well. So it affected the governor's salary and the governor's key department head salaries and things like that, which were so underfunded, it was like an act of, compassion to take a role in the state, so below private sector pay raises for people of those categories. And John has said it exactly right. In order to have enough consensus of commissioners even supporting the bill going forward, they needed an out. And so they needed a way that if their budget and their tax base did not support going 30%, they could get out. I mean, we've recovered from the recession, but even, say, Ouray County, they're on a 4-day work week still, and a 10% salary cut for all their employees just to stay in business. So there's no way they would just let this sort of salary increase go through or be able to support the bill. And the Salary Commission essentially sees this as one and done, because now once you've picked your categories, there is a cost of living inflation built into it in future years. So they don't see this decision coming back to county commissions again. or to the state for that matter. They built in an inflation adjuster, that's it. That's going to be their new baseline. In the past, before now, there actually has still been movement when some counties were, again, facing such financial struggles that they requested to move down in tier. And I don't know how they got beyond the formula to do that, but there has been legislation run in the past where it's pretty single. One county would like to move down, and they've let them do that for their financial concerns. What I find really beneficial to us and unique to us is that we can separate our salaries from the sheriff, assessor, and clerk, whereas others can't. And we were able to make that adjustment prior. And so even if whatever this board decides going forward for commissioner salaries, for commissioners going forward, none of our current seated commissioners would receive this, we could keep that a little lower and then still move them up to a competitive place in the market and maintain that. And I had asked John to make sure what we compared what we did with what these tiers would do, and that's back on that very top one. And so our salaries are roughly equivalent to staying at the category 2A, right up there with the 30% increase that other sheriffs and all are getting. So we don't look like we need to make adjustments there, just to be competitive, or what the state considers competitive, while we could look at lower salary levels for future commissioners. I would like to make just a couple other general comments here. As we all know, the state considers this a full-time position. And you hope when people run, they put their full-time into it. You just never know it. People can have second jobs, but this should be your primary job. And I was looking at my week last week, or this week coming up, but last week we had our work session on Tuesday, we had our regular meeting on Wednesday. And for a lot of the public, that might be the perception of what our work is. I was in Grand Junction on Thursday for the All-Day River District annual seminar, and so was George Newman. And then I was at Club 20 for all day Friday and all day Saturday. So a pretty full week. And we started this week with the 1177 on Monday. Steve was there. We have today's work session. Tomorrow we have a site visit. And then Thursday's a drive to Denver for an all-day CCI public meeting. And so there's a lot more involvement I think we all participate in, whether it's Michael with RAFTA meetings, and George with the Intermountain TPR, and you, Patty, with Rural Resort and CORE and other COG and other activities that can take full time. And we want to make sure we have commissioners who do that. That's honestly one of the biggest advantages I've seen of having a 5-person board, is that you can cover these meetings. You can make sure your interests are taken care of, and as they say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I think that's often the case. So,
well, Rachel, just to add to that real quick, in light of all those committee appointments, I spent 3 hours yesterday just meeting with constituents and trying to answer questions. And I think we all do that. We all get the phone calls and the emails that we spend time on. And the public doesn't know. The public who we are dealing with sees that and is really appreciative of that. Friday evening at dinner, getting a call and chatting with somebody who we hadn't been able to connect. And I think that's part of what we take on when we do this.
Yeah, well, just to finish real quickly. And so the one thing I'd like to point out, of course, is that these are pure salary numbers. They don't include the insurance or the benefits of retirement. And so, I look at this as being very substantial. And I know that when I first ran, it was at the 51 level or whatever that was. And that's what I was anticipating my salary to be, and to continue probably working part-time to make it in this community, but it was raised, and I was able, as others, to really do this full-time without a second job. But so you really have to realize that benefits are not the total number in terms, when we talk about sustainability of the organization, that's could be a pretty expensive cost if you just automatically let 30% go in with benefits for a 5-person board. And I think that's more than is sufficient, because it will go up from there on out. It won't be static like we've experienced it. And it is important to note that even within the larger organization, we do have salary caps on some positions. There are people who reach the top of the range, and then there is no annual adjustment in the classic sense, unless that full range is adjusted over time. So it's not as if all positions go up by inflation all the time, forever. And just looking at it myself, I, for commissioner salary, am somewhat interested in, and this is for future, everyone knows I'm term limited out, I will not be running next year. or next time, 2018, I would suggest the subcategory C, which is a 10% increase for commissioners going forward, and then inflationary adjustment from there. I think it's reasonable. I think it rewards the work done. And quite frankly, if you look into the community and salary levels, I think it's a very sought-after type of salary level, professional level salary, without having to go much higher than that. And my last comment would be, and it certainly is not a reflection on this board or anyone I'm serving with, but I have certainly been on enough boards over 22 years in time that know that, you know, salary is not necessarily commensurate with how much work somebody puts in. You know, somebody can be elected for their positions and their interests and do a good job with it, but that doesn't mean that there's any sort of parity between how much time somebody puts in for this amount or for that amount. It's all their interests and how much they want to get done and their passion. When I was on city council for the first 4 years, I think the salary was $600 a month, and for the second 4 years was $800 a month. And, you know, I put in full time, but other people don't, you know, and so I just see that there's not a real correlation between pay and results all the time, or commitment and time given. So that's my thoughts on it, folks, and I really appreciate the full presentation you put together for us, John, with all the factors to consider.
George?
So John, as you started this conversation, you alluded to the fact that we're sort of somewhat of a unique animal in that as a home rule charter, we have a little more flexibility. And so when it came to the sheriff's salary and the assessors and the clerk and recorder, we were able to make a determination that was actually above what was sort of given statutory to other counties.
Correct.
So my question is, you know, given that flexibility as a home rule charter, could we set a salary? I understand we need to be within one of these categories, subcategories at least initially, but then can we adjust that by perhaps not giving down the road or adjusting the CPI?
So the way the home rule, so this is going to be a complicated answer. It depends. So the way the charter is written now, no. The way the charter is written now, the commissioner salary is a separate section from the other elected officials. And it states that it shall be consistent with state statute for the category county that we are as amended from time to time. And so that's it. So it holds us to that statutory scheme that's in place now. Now, if the board wanted to propose a charter amendment to allow that kind of flexibility, we couldn't do that obviously this year, but that's something that the board could consider for a future election to get the kind of flexibility to step slightly outside that statutory scheme. But the way the charter is written right now, you're confined to what state statute says. So you are confined to the scheme that was passed in 15-288 without an amendment.
Yeah, I guess one of my questions or concerns is that, as Rachel mentioned, among staff, we have ranges for salaries, and then at some point, you basically reach the top of that range, and so you don't continue to grow off of that base, and so that's one thing I'm concerned about. So if we start with a lower percentage change, then that spreads that out longer. But it seems like at some point, unless the cost of living becomes really unmanageable, that there should be a cap, a range and a cap for even an elected official's position.
And that's something that is not part of this statutory scheme. However, I think the thing to keep in mind is that those ranges for staff are not static. We periodically go out and do market surveys to see what's changed in the market in terms of that pay range, and we base it on midpoints for those pay ranges. And so over time, and it's a process that we've been going through over the last couple of years, because we hadn't done it for 7 years, our ranges became less competitive. We've adjusted those ranges. And so staff ranges do get adjusted from time to time. We do that based on market studies. And typically those adjustments end up being pretty consistent with keeping up with inflation. Some move faster, some move slower. You know, there was a time when IT positions or engineers you could barely keep up with, right? They were moving much faster than CPI. Other positions weren't. But, you know, I think by the legislature kind of bounding the increases by that CPI measure, it doesn't provide an ultimate cap, but I suspect it's going to move somewhat consistently with what you see staff pay ranges moving. And that doesn't necessarily answer, you know, the concern you had about, well, what if we wanted to set our own pay ranges? If that's a direction that the board wants to go, I do believe we need to craft a home rule charter amendment for that, and that is within our power as a charter county, but as it reads right now, we need that amendment to do it.
Just to tag on to that, George, I think that's a really good set of questions there. And interestingly enough, our charter never contemplated tiers within categories, and that's kind of where we're at now. I would point out that there have been years of zero inflation, you know.
Negative.
Or negative. And so sometimes people go in to get their housing evaluated to see what they can sell it for, and they're like, what, 3 years of zeros during the recession or things like that. So that does happen. And, you know, to my mind, if you crafted a very careful charter amendment at some point to say, can the commissioner's salaries go without inflation for a period of 10 years, you'd probably get a yes. If it was just something that said, can commissioners set their own salaries, you'd probably get a no. You know, but if it was very narrow to deal with the inflationary factor, if it seemed like it was really getting out of control, I think you'd probably pass something like that or take effect. I would be a little nervous about starting at the current salary, which is the option D, which would be essentially exactly the same, and then just starting inflation from there for future boards, because then it really is memorializing 12 years of no increase whatsoever. And this is a very high cost of living area. If anything, our rate of inflation is going to be far more than Denver, Boulder, Weld, CPI.
I have a question. Years back, my understanding, I'm not sure where I got this understanding, was that at the beginning of the next term, the newly elected board members would get a 10%. That salary would go up. Did that happen way back? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't know where I came to believe that. And then I thought we consciously chose to freeze that or to not give any raises to the Board of Commissioners when you evaluated the other 3 electeds. I thought that was part of the discussion way back. But
That's, you know, and unless there's a charter amendment that I missed, and I apologize, I'm forgetting the year, there was a time when the board was compensated more like a part-time council was compensated.
That was
way back. And then there was the charter amendment that we're operating under now, which stated that we were going to comply basically with state law as from time to time amended for the purposes of setting commissioner salaries. That was the only big change.
That was the one back in 2007.
Yeah, and then state law is very specific about, one, it can't change during the terms, right, and can only be changed by the legislature, and that's really been happening only every 10 to 12 years. Yeah.
Steve, just to maybe part of what you're remembering, and I'm not sure I have the history accurately, maybe others on the board would remember better, but Jack Hatfield used to allude to the fact that we had been bumped from one tier to another that changed the salaries because our assessed valuation went beyond a certain point. And he always would say he thought the salaries were sufficient at whatever level, but that, when it had gone up, he was quite shocked because he said, the size of the county hasn't changed, our population hasn't
remember
changed.
that.
It's just the assessed value. So that may be a little bit of what you're thinking about there. So if you took this chart backwards a few more years than 2005, I think you would find that the commissioner's salaries used to be around 35 something.
Right.
And then when it changed tiers, it was just a big bump without having new legislation, because we were now in a new tier. And so that's what part of my concern is. If you really look at the progression of the salaries over a relatively short period of time, they would have gone from close to that 35,000 up to 72,500, and then, if we just let this go through without moving to a lower tier, very, very high, what I consider. But,
Well, and I agree with that. Looking at what the cost would be out of the general fund based on those, I, interestingly enough, Rachel, had put yes with a question mark next to subcategory C. I felt that A was too much, and B in there, and D, but I really felt like in midline was back to what I thought was an understanding of 10% anyway, so maybe I was imagining things that would come to be, I don't know.
Different thoughts that I have, kind of the same thinking that the 30%, I don't think our budget could afford it, especially when you see how it
We just don't know.
progresses with the cost of living increases. Right away, everybody's over 100,000 salary. Also noting that inflation doesn't always happen, we could have deflation happen. Would that mean that the salaries then would go back down, or would they be at a floor that they wouldn't actually go back down again?
In theory, if you have a negative inflation rate over a 4-year period, yes, the salaries would go down as the statute's written. As a practical matter, there's never been a 4-year period, as long as we've been tracking a CPI, where you've had 4 consecutive years or a cumulative period of deflation, at least in the records I could find going back to the 70s or so. So as a practical matter, it would just reduce the overall increase, because what's going to happen is this is going to get calculated based on what is the cumulative CPI for the period. So, starting in you're going to start in 2015, you're going to go the next year, 16, but during a term, a 4-year term, you're going to accumulate those and make a one-time adjustment at the beginning of the next term. And so as a practical matter, if history is a good guide for predicting the future, you're probably not going to run into that situation, but theoretically, yes.
George?
So really, the question before us today is not what level we think Pickens County Commissioner's salary should be as it goes forward. It's more of a question, do we support legislation from CCI to support counties' ability to go into subcategories?
So the ability is already there within the bill. The subcategories are created. In order to change, in order to go from a subcategory A to another subcategory, you need to run a bill to do that. CCI is going to be sponsoring that bill, and they're going to be asking counties. You're going to get an email at some point asking for input as to whether Pickens County wants to be part of that bill or not. So just trying to stay ahead of that.
All right, that's fine.
it was almost crafted intending that this bill would come along in the fall.
Yeah.
So they're anticipating
Right,
it.
so given that, I would support that. I mean, that's really what you're asking of us today.
Well,
But
we
we'd
have to choose
also,
a category.
yeah,
We
and
have to
then,
choose a category as well.
Correct.
At the same time. Okay, I missed
Yeah.
that step.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's why we're talking about the A through D.
All right, okay.
And I had run a little mathematical calculation on if we were a county with only 3 county commissioners, and if you took the 30% pay raise, the full pay raise, take that amount of money, which would be the hit on our county's budget if we did the full pay raise, but we only had 3 commissioners. And then I divided that amount of money by 5. It came out pretty close to the 20% pay raise level for us. So if we did the 20% pay raise, that would be basically the same financial hit
As a 30 for 3.
as a 30% if we only had 3 commissioners.
Yeah.
So if we were a statutory county, that would be like the full, the 20% pay raise would be like taking the full hit financially for
Yeah.
the county.
I wouldn't mind
And then
seeing
if we feel we can't afford that, then we'd have to go down
from there.
one more tier or subcategory, and that's how you come up with doing the 10%.
Yeah, I would enjoy taking a look at the math like that. On the other hand, I tell you, talking to some of the other commissioners who are statutory by the state, they are in such a dilemma because they really need to raise their sheriff, their clerk, their assessor salaries, but they are tied to that. And so to let the 30% increase go through for their sheriff and be able to, straighten out the wage compression that, we were able to deal with, they have to also raise their salaries 30%.
They all have to stay in that
Because they have to stay as one, and that it can be a huge political liability for people running for reelection that you just agree to a 30% pay increase for yourself. So as I said, we're really lucky we can address the sheriff and assessor separately and not as a single package.
Yeah, I agree with that, but they really have a tough decision. We have an easy decision compared to
Relatively.
what some of them. And some of those counties, they just feel like they can't afford any pay raise whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because their budgets are so strapped. So
They're
some of them
absolutely-
really don't have any choice but to just stay at the subcategory D.
Yeah. Or even some people, as I said before, have requested to move down in tier. No. Michael, what are your thoughts on this?
I would stay at the category 2A. The reason being is that you want a competitive field for reelection. You want people to join in, so you want lawyers and professionals to occupy the seat. And I think that the $94,250 is competitive, and it gets people to think about running for county commissioner. As John said, we have the widest range of decision-making in the county. And so you want people who have the background to do it. And oftentimes they don't do it because they don't get compensated enough. And we're in a position to get people to participate in local government. And I think that's the way to do it. You can call on people's civic responsibility, but that doesn't always work. But if you call on their civic responsibility and say you will be compensated, that does work. And so that's why I would support $94,250, the 2A category.
John, do you have any figures for what what a professional average income or median income in Aspen would be?
Yeah.
That is a really challenging number to get to and compare because there's so many different types of professions, and so much of the income in this community actually isn't derived from necessarily labor sources. And so, and unfortunately, then what we fall back on, Steve, is looking at specific professions, and that's easier to get salary data on, but you guys are commissioners. You come to this job with different types of backgrounds, different types of expertise. You don't go to college and get a commissioner degree, right? You're generalists that come here. And so the only fair comparables from a market survey perspective is other commissioners, and that's set by statute. So that's why I did not include any of that data for you. I wish I had a better answer for you. I just don't think any comparison I'd give you would be a good.
Well, the reason I was thinking of it, say someone was an attorney in town who would make a really good county commissioner, but they would be taking a pay cut too.
And likely
Be on the board. Now, they might be able to still have their law practice some on the side and get some income from it, or maybe a lot of income depending on their business, but that that's,
In
I
some of
was
those,
thinking like, how do we make it attractive enough for anybody to feel like they could run?
you know, I think when you're talking about those types of professions, and you're talking about any of these types of salary opportunities going in the future, it's that you're asking them to give up less, you know, to serve, right? That's
It's never going to be the same.
yeah, it probably won't be the same. You know, and for others, it might be more, but, and again, you know, as I said before, and you know, Michael repeated that it is really important for you guys to look at this. It's so easy to get focused on the here and now, and it puts you guys in a very awkward situation to be in this fishbowl talking about your own salaries, but it's not your salaries in a way that you're really talking about. It's how do you set up this organization for sustainability? And you know, I could make arguments probably for any of these at this point, but you know, it's really, you guys have experienced this more than anyone else. And so what is the right level to set this organization up for sustainability, thinking 15 years ahead, 20 years ahead, because we're probably not going to see another salary bill, particularly because of this CPI adjustment, probably within that time frame.
Rachel?
Yeah, I don't really agree with what Michael said, and I don't want to disparage the comment, but to my mind, I look literally at you, Michael, as an example of a community member who has served so well and has been so committed. And when you first ran, you know, I'm imagining that your salary was at the 51,827. And some of us who came in after you were then at the 72, and then in your next term you got the 72.5. But it didn't deter you from being on the board and serving well. And I find it ironic because we don't have a lawyer on the board or a bank manager on the board. But that didn't stop any of us from running because we weren't lawyers or bank managers. And I think it's not about having an elite board, it's about having a board who has experience and willingness to commit the time and the effort and learn the issues and cares about the public and represents the public's will on these things. It was already said, but you know, if we were trying to chase the salaries of what a land use attorney in Pickens County can make, or a land use planner or bank manager, we'd never, ever close the gap. And it might be more important as a metric in my mind to look at what the average income family is, or the median income family is in Pickens County, which we've done for some of our housing work and things like that. And you know, these salaries are for labor, for not investment income, are towards the high side of that range of what folks in Pickens County earn, and it's competitive with their jobs. So, you know, we have a rancher, we have a former nurse, we have a farmer carpenter, we have a former ski reservationist, Chamber of Commerce expert, and advertising distribution manager. And I think we have a pretty good board who does well without having said we have to have a salary to attract elite professions. And if those folks are willing to make the sacrifice in civic duty at a lower salary level, there's some reasons they do that. So that's just my impression. I just literally can't see, especially given that the salaries probably, you know, in a short period of time ago were only $35,000, getting up to, you know, a board that effectively costs our budget $750,000 a year. By the time you include retirement, health insurance, salary, and then the expenses of our board of actually traveling and making all those travel commitments. And I just, I have a hard time reconciling that.
Real quick, on that same topic, and not to say anything about those candidates who ran in the past without any opposition, and thinking that Michael is, you know, is term limited out, and we haven't heard any rumblings, at least I haven't. I'm out in the community a lot. You know, I was thinking about this the other night. Wonder if we had an open seat that nobody wanted to run for. you know, what do we do then? And, you know, and I think part of what I appreciate about not having ever run unopposed is that it creates debate. It creates a conversation in the community during the election. And at the end of the day, it's, you know, the voters' decision then to put somebody back into office or put somebody new in office or whatever the case may be. And so, you know, maybe that falls in line with Michael's thing about being able to recruit people who really want to do this,
Yeah.
you know, for 4 years or 8 years or 12 years. So again, looking at C versus B, I kind of leaning towards C, but I could go B, but I think A is again too much for me to be comfortable with.
George?
John, I have a question. The numbers don't make sense to me. If we go to category C, that raises the commissioner salary to $79,750 starting in 2017. Yes?
No.
No, okay.
So it raises it,
Because I see two different numbers.
well, and that's because of the CPI adjustment. So let me just catch up to you real quick here, George. So category 2C, the 79,750 starts January 1st, 2016. So
I see.
after
I
2016,
see.
you get a CPI adjustment. And so
Okay, I got it.
admittedly, I'm guessing at that CPI adjustment, but that was to take account of there will be an adjustment made and posted on the state's website.
Yeah, so because when I look at the next commissioner election, which actually will have 3 seats up, you're guessing that will come in around 80,000.
82.
On C, 82,000, that's correct.
Based on
And-
CPI.
And 89 if it was category C
So,
or B.
so I think, given that the state has always, in the past, has done these big bumps to try to adjust, because they haven't allowed counties to do their own incremental or follow CPI, which would have been very gradual. And I understand the rationale is to try to get away from having to do these large bumps in the future and just rely more on a base salary and then some sort of CPI adjustment. I would start on the lower end, because otherwise, very quickly, you get into a very high number. So given that, I think that the position should show or reflect a cost of living increase, which hasn't happened in the last 12 years. But knowing that they're going to be setting a new higher base, which will then allow CPI to continue to grow on top of that base, I would support category C on that.
Yeah. You know, kind of just doing some rough math, if the salary was, 81 even, you know, with the inflation, minus the salary we currently make, it's an $8,500 a year difference. And divided that by 12 months, that's about $780 a month increase. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that you can get quality applicants. We got quality applicants at 50,000. We got quality applicants, commissioners at 72,000. So I think salary is important to one extent because I would want future commissioners to view this as a full-time job, not like city council where you've got a full-time job and then you're trying to catch up in the evenings, and it's just too complicated, and we can sort of see the struggle that happens because of that. So it should be competitive in terms of what this community offers for salaries for professionals, but it also should be reasonable. And I think category C reflects that to me as this board goes forward for commissioners.
You know, the odd part is, you know, there's a flip side of we need this salary to attract professionals and dedicated people. And the flip side of that is getting people who are only running for the salary. And that
Exactly.
certainly
That's
happens.
what the community does question you on.
Yeah, I mean, and so there's that. And, you know, I don't know that running unopposed has had as much to do with the salary as much as people gauging their chances of winning and
Well, yeah, there's a
entering
lot of
into a
factors that
9-month.
come into play,
I
but-
know, or the satisfaction with the person representing them. But, you know, I kind of look at the city council even, and you tend to have a lot of people come out of the woodwork for elections.
for
To work for
$1.50.
not much at all. So I'm not worried about lack of candidates at this point.
Just another factor to throw in there.
Yeah, I agree. I
A
understand.
couple of interesting historical things. When my dad was first county commissioner, he was making about $14,000 a year. And he figured it was costing him money to be a county commissioner because they didn't get all the expenses weren't necessarily reimbursed.
Back in the day.
He was, you know, putting a lot of his own money into doing his job well, and he figured he was maybe the first full-time commissioner.
Well, in New Hampshire, the state representatives make $100 a year, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then,
And they
when-
usually have great competition.
Have you ever been to New Hampshire?
Well, yeah, half the state is elected to
I
the
have.
state.
Quite a lot, actually, Michael.
And then, when I was running, just, you know, basically 4 years ago, I thought the salary was 52,000, or, you know, approximately. I didn't even
Really
know
check
what
into
the
it.
salary was when I threw my hat in the ring. I didn't know that it had been bumped up, and
So we're
it was
paying you
Johnny Boyd who
14,000.
said,
Yeah.
well, what do you think the salary is, Steve? And I said, well, I think it's about 52,000, which is that's what it had used to be, but wasn't anymore, so.
Yeah.
It didn't, the salary when I ran didn't matter
Wasn't
that
the
much.
factor.
Because it's a public service position in my mind, and that was the main reason I was running.
So it seems like there's a plurality of you that would support going for a subcategory 2C. Yeah, I think I've got to look at how we operationalize this because this is a little different from past practices, but what I had imagined is bringing a letter back for your approval to write to CCI stating that the Pickens County would like to be included in any upcoming salary bill at this level, and that gives the public an opportunity to maybe bring that even back on a regular meeting. So if there's any public comments, they have an opportunity to weigh in.
That sounds good. I would like to have it as part of a public hearing or, you know, just discussion of the public notices. They'd be interested in.
Yeah.
So do we think there's going to be opposition in the state legislature for allowing counties to have more control over their? I mean, I don't know. This is something that they
Yeah.
pretty much set up, like you said, set it up to slide through. I mean, you never know.
What I think, based on the discussions I've had with CCI staff, is that there's not an appetite to move counties up and down a whole lot. I think there's an expectation that there is going to be a bill coming in this next legislative session to make that adjustment. I think there's an expectation that CCI is going to be sponsoring or
Has a sponsor.
supporting that bill, has a
Really?
sponsor, and will be supporting that bill. I think once you get after that, you know, are they going to do a lot of one-off considerations from counties? My sense is there's not a lot of appetite for that, but
We're going to go up to see what happens.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, John.
thanks.
Okay, we're scheduled for break right now. We don't have our exec session at 3:30. We have the abatement hearing at 3:15.
We don't have exec session at 3:30?
No, we're going, that's,
John was saying he wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
right,
we don't
we'll have
need
to
to have
cancel
that
that.
today.
Just
Unless I'll make something up if you guys want.
Okay.
so could Cheryl and Larry come in early, or Cheryl and or?
You know, unfortunately, I think because that's a special meeting at the abatement hearing, we may have members of the public that want to be here for that. I'm going to see if we might take just a short break and come back for
Okay, I
open
think
discussion.
then we better do the
We
break.
can do future agendas at the end of the day, so
Yeah.
we'll exact.
Okay.
So let's just stick with our agenda and take a 15-minute break and be here. And actually, or,
It's going to be me
okay, so
for,
we're talking about the Airport Citizen Input Committee and an update on what they discussed the other day.
yeah, give me just a second here, Steve. So there were actually 2 meetings that occurred after your public meeting. One was the Citizen Input Committee meeting, and then the other was a public meeting at the Limelight. And I can go into various levels of detail. I think I'll start high and then see what kind of questions you had. We did only, on the CIC, we only had 11 people sign up, but there were a lot more people in the room. So I think we had good representation in the room from the Citizen Input Committee. Frankly, I think there was a little bit of confusion, not surprising, regarding process, because there's been so much change through the discussions with the FAA that weren't necessarily driven locally, but were driven externally. And so to understand that process, there are a lot of questions about the process and going forward that were discussed with the Citizens Input Committee. There were a lot of questions regarding what decisions have actually been made versus which are going to be considered in the environmental assessment. And so we had 2 processes going on, one being the airport layout plan with the budgeting, and then how did that affect the scoping of the EA. We, as you know, spent 2 days, I think almost 4 hours, kind of talking about those changes, and similarly the Citizen Input Committee members had a lot of questions and concerns, and there was a lot of discussion about what's going to be happening then with the combined EAs going forward. I think it was a good dialogue. It's really going to be hitting a little bit of a restart button because of the rescoping, assuming that we get positive feedback from the FAA on the airport layout plan that you just approved for us to send in. And then, you know, there are a lot of questions that we're going to be discussing moving forward. I think the key points that we tried to make are the same ones that we made in here. The plan itself isn't really changing. The airport layout plan from what was proposed back in December to the board. The change that we talked about was the timing and scope of projects that were going to be, or you know, are foreseeable and likely in the near future. And so there's a lot of discussion about that. There's a lot of discussion in terms of anticipating the scoping process for the new EA. So a lot of back and forth on that. I think was more of an informational session, and the CIC Citizen Input Committee is very anxious to get into some decision making and directing, and that wasn't what this meeting was necessarily about so much as informing. So I guess a lot of process discussion on the CIC meeting.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
John, did you get a sense of how many of those people had watched our proceedings on TV?
That, I don't have notes on that, Michael, and I only was in a small portion of that CIC meeting because I had to get to another, so I'm sorry, I can't really answer that, I don't know.
I had a call from a couple of people who are involved in that. How is the membership, I can't remember the membership of that committee made up.
So the committee was actually appointed by
a
the
list
board,
of-
yeah, back, you know, going almost a year back, so, and I don't have that list here, Patty, but I can certainly get
If
that.
anybody was interested at this point of becoming part of that, could they approach the board or approach you?
I
or-
think that would be up to the board if you wanted to reopen that, because we did have the board vet and approve those names.
Well, just on your point, as I remember correctly, we looked through interest groups and tried to find folks who were representational, whether it was buttermilk homeowners or business community or North 40 neighbors and so on. And then, if I remember correctly, we also left it open that if other people wanted to participate, they could and be a little bit self-selected because, you know, we want as many interested parties involved as we could, and we weren't afraid that there would be 35 people who would, you know, make it an impossible process. So that seems to me, and so following that, if others wanted to join and be involved now, I would certainly be open to it.
Well, it may be appropriate for us to bring back to you guys that discussion. It's been a while now. I wasn't prepared
I think
to,
that'd be good.
but we could bring back the appointment process and just make sure that you're comfortable with.
We don't know, there might be some people that have decided they want to drop out, and when opportunity for us
Right.
to put people who are interested. The other question that was brought to my attention was the concern that the master plan for the airport had been approved by the BOCC, and now we were doing this airport layout plan, and that the difference in the parking structure was not being moved forward. The parking structure master plan had the subgrade, correct? And they were concerned about how that process then to just make it surface and how that might affect the design process for the terminal, whether or not you had a subgrade. And I thought that was an interesting question. So people did, actually, a lot of that came from watching us on TV, which I think was good.
Mhm. And so, you know, just so the public's clear, the overall plan for that underground parking was still on the airport layout plan and still part of the master plan. It was the timing, the ability to do that, you know, within the timeframes of the EA. However, the environmental assessment scope will be looking at those various parking options.
okay.
And so you guys are going to have, as will the community, a lot of bites at the apple in terms of looking at the various options and evaluating them.
And the other question that was brought forward to me was apparently information that came out on Thursday from, I think, Bill Tomsich was not the information I remembered hearing when Bill came to our meeting on Tuesday about the phasing out of the current generation regional jets. The time frame that was heard at the Thursday meeting was sooner than the time frame we heard. So we need to clarify if we can. I don't, you know, that's kind of a moving target, I think, but.
And so the time frame of the retirements is a difficult one to pin down. We based the timeline that we presented to the board on, you know, when were the last sales happening, what was the age of the fleet, and when would we expect retirement. As some members of the public have pointed out, as have some experts, you know, from time to time, those lifespans can be extended. And we believe, similar to the BAE 146, we will probably be one of the routes that would have some of the last, you know, CRJ 700s, which means probably beyond that 2025.
Well, this was that it might be sooner.
Yeah, and I think where Bill is going with it is more on the pilot shortage side. Do you have the pilots to fly it? And there's a lot of variables on both sides of that. That's part of what we'll be tracking during the EA, because if we need to have a discussion, obviously, with the FAA about how do we maintain commercial service. I think the FAA's interest is maintaining that capacity also, and so.
I thought that
Yeah.
that was the point. I mean, that's, like I
Yeah.
said, is a moving target and something that we need to really establish trust. We need to try and be as clear on our beliefs and what we're understanding. And, you know, some of that's proprietary information and we're not really privy to it.
Right.
So we have to kind of accumulate, I think, data and then kind of go, okay, this is, you know, what our best gut is as to that time frame. But the concern was that we wouldn't have the runway online in time to accommodate the next gen. And so I think that's something that we're going to definitely be looking at, and we really need to take a hard look at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other meeting that occurred was at the Limelight as a public meeting. It's kind of sandwiched in between a number of things going on. We had the ACRA mixer as well as a realtors forum going on. We had
Rotary
about,
was-
what's that?
Was a Rotary meeting this last week too?
There was a Rotary meeting that John attended and presented at. That was a morning breakfast meeting. But the public meeting at the Limelight, there were about 25 members of the public that attended. And there were lots of questions about, you know, I think folks who are coming to the issue new, who may not have heard some of our previous discussions, but lots of questions, mostly around the wingspan issue. You know, whether if we keep our current wingspan restrictions, would we still need to make changes at the airport? And of course, the answer to that is no. Wondering if we could just shift the runway 80 feet and keep it 100 feet wide. So there's a lot of discussion about those FAA design category 3 standards and what those meant and what's happened with our discussions regarding, you know, the requirement to meet those standards. I think one of there's a lot of discussion also around concerns around larger aircraft landing and wanting to know if this is done, which aircraft would land, and of course that's going to be considered during the environmental assessment. We don't know whether the larger aircraft like a 737 or Airbus A319 could land here. You know, as we've stated in the meeting, I'll just keep repeating, they would meet the airport would have the physical dimensions to accommodate those aircraft, but there's two questions we don't know the answer to is, do those aircraft have the lift capacity to, you know, make a missed landing on one engine and meet those types of safety requirements, as well as the more stringent safety requirements that commercial operators would put on them? Would a United operate them here? We've heard no in some cases. We've heard maybe from other airlines. So that is something that we'll spend a lot of time on in the EA, both trying to answer, do they physically have the characteristics to operate here? And I think, as was pointed out in our meeting, there's a lot of variants of these aircraft that we'll have to look at to answer that. And then, are airlines likely to even want to operate those aircraft here from a safety perspective? That'll be an EA question. I think folks want to know that now. And I know you're trying to...
Well, no, the other thing, just to tag into that, was the fact that we could have not a commercial carrier operating say a 737, but a business 737 that would have a lighter payload coming in, and therefore, and that may be a once in a blue moon kind of coming into town that we may really have no control over with those bigger planes. So even if the carriers, the actual airline carriers, didn't want to fly in on one, we could get that occasional. So that's something else we need to keep in mind. We could have that one occasional business 737 flying in with, 10 people on board. And
Steve?
Rachel?
You know, you're right, Patty, that is always,
another snack.
I suppose, a possibility. I would have a hard time myself, as a member of the public, wanting to, if I was in the private jet category, wanting to fly with someone who only occasionally or once
Oh, yeah.
has done the Aspen Airport and the Blue
In a
Moon
big
in a
plane.
big plane. Usually people do a lot of practice becoming familiar with an airport. But I was just going to comment that I think as we move forward, John, it might be nice and it might be a good step to bring in someone with the FAA again to answer these questions and line it up at a time when it could be a board work session, obviously, or a public meeting, and then have it with the advisory group and members of the public. Because it's one thing to hear us say, the FAA said this, or the FAA says their standards are that. It's something else when you hear it from the horse's mouth. And I can't remember if it was the runway lengthening or another project where we did have FAA representatives in as well to discuss these issues. And so I would just like to kind of request that we try to do that during some of the upcoming meetings.
Well, and another reason that I think might be important, I think one of the more difficult discussions that was happening was around the second FBOs on a number of fronts. A lot of people were confused by the fact that, hey, back in December, you were saying that we had to accommodate a second FBO, and all of a sudden we're not. And so there's confusion over, well, yes, we've made grant assurances, and those grant assurances require us to provide space if it's available, when it's available, and to really prove that we can. In fact, you guys had a representative from the FAA sit in front of you during the master planning process and tell you you could not say no to a second FBO. You had to show that you couldn't physically accommodate it at the airport. What changed, of course, more recently is whether the funding would be available and what's the priority for that funding to build the infrastructure to accommodate that second FBO. And so they're all mandates and they're all requirements, and we prioritize within those mandates. And I think it's confusing, and I think the public is a little bit confused by that. And so to have somebody from the FAA in helping us explain that and helping show that no, we weren't necessarily not representing that accurately, but it is complicated and confusing. And,
Well, and as you've said before, the airport layout plan is the same. It's the phasing of the priorities based on funding.
Right.
Well, Rachel, though, that brings up something I've been thinking about and wanted to bring to the board, so thank you for reminding me. I don't think it would be a bad idea if there was a significant meeting with FAA, the consultants and staff in DC, that a member of the Board of Commissioners attend that meeting. My past history, I think it makes a difference when you have an elected from that jurisdiction sitting at the table. And I think that would also maybe then bring back another set of ears that sat in the same room and heard the same information. Mm-hmm. So I think that's something we should be considering as we move forward. And if there's a key meeting, it might not be a bad idea to send a member of the board along. I just want to keep that in the discussion.
So we're going to have a lot of outreach coming up. John has also started, as Patty indicated, there's a discussion with the Aspen Rotary. There's going to be a presentation tomorrow morning, Carbondale Rotary. We're going to be reaching out to our municipal partners and also doing coffee chats to try and answer these questions. For the public who's interested in this, these are complicated issues, and so we are happy to spend time with folks walking through the airport layout plans and our history of how we got from point A to point B to explain as best we can, so that citizens are in the best position possible to weigh in one way or another, whatever their position is on the airport going forward. So we'll continue to do that outreach, and hopefully we'll get folks participating.
John, I was listening to Valley Roundup on the radio, and they had a discussion about the airport. Mm-hmm. And the end of the discussion, they really summarized, they really didn't understand what the hell was going on. Which is interesting because they've been involved not all these people on ballot roundup, but the press in general has been involved. So from my point of view, I think that the county needs to go back and sort of do a self-criticism. Yes, we did this amount of meetings. Yes, we did this amount of stuff. We have had a significant change, but has it actually ended in understanding? Or, you know, and see where you could take a different direction. Because my impression is people, even if we had made this change, people still wouldn't understand the process. So I think either a way of defining what the process is, you know, that there's these 6 revolving plates we have on sticks, and we have to keep all these, they have to keep spinning at the same time, and that's the nature of this thing. It isn't as clear as, like, so I think the staff needs to go back and say, how can we make our points clearer and better? That's all.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'm not criticizing the
No,
work.
that's
I
okay.
just think that given the length of time, the amount of effort we put in, to have the press, and I've heard other people's, and actually you heard people here who had a significant misunderstanding of what was going on. We didn't say so at the meeting, but my feeling was they were significantly misinformed. That somehow we're not quite making that point. We're not making the points we want to make.
Fair enough.
George?
Yeah, just to tag on to that, I think 2 things that were effective last time, at least to try to address this. One was the video that you did with Pat, so that could be just an updated. And the other I thought was effective. I don't know what others think, but you had sort of posed most frequently asked questions. And you responded with an answer, short answer. You know, here are the most frequently questions asked about this, and then respond and have that in the papers. And I thought that was another way to get information out.
And, you know, I think both of those were effective, George, and given that we've had this change and there are a lot of questions out there, I think both of those are good strategies to come back with. And you guys can help us out with that based on what kinds of questions you're hearing, because I think a lot of times people are catching you in the supermarket or, you know, out and about and asking you. So if you all wouldn't mind sharing with me, popping me an email or what have you, what kinds of questions you're getting, so that we can start to, you know, get a sense of what are those most frequently asked questions. Make sure and we'll get some of those during the coffee chats, and now we're doing these rounds. So as we get through those, we can follow up with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see, I had one other item, and it kind of ties in more with the, I don't know if we're actually doing, kind of ties into our agenda, you know, future agendas. But maybe we could go to the abatement hearing right now and then come back to a little bit more open discussion.
Were we on open discussion? I thought we were on airport.
We're in,
Airport was
it
an
was
open
open
discussion.
discussion.
Yeah,
It was
it's
just,
an open
Oh, it's
discussion.
listed under open discussion. You were
yeah,
so formal about it.
Yeah.
Please me.
We're doing that so the public knows.
I know.
Discussion.
We're openly discussing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never did
No, I
get
know.
to the future agendas, but we skipped right over that without realizing it. So,
Hi, I'm Cheryl Hasselbring.
so Cheryl, if you could explain what the abatement one is for the television audience. that'd be
Okay.
good.
This hearing is regarding a petition for an abatement. The property owner of a vacant lot who also owns the adjacent parcel next door, which is improved with a single-family residence, has filed for an abatement, which is a refund of taxes that have already been paid. Colorado law allows for vacant land that is owned in the same legal name and that is used in conjunction with an improved residence on an adjacent parcel to be classified as residential. So The primary benefit of that residential classification is that they get the 7.96% residential rate versus 29% for vacant land or commercial. The petitioner is not appealing the valuation, just the classification. So the reason that we're here is that because it is a expensive piece of property and it is that the abatement is over $10,000 as a over $10,000 refund. So in order to do that, we need to have approval from the county commissioners.
Cheryl, I realize this is a special meeting, and I didn't officially call the special meeting to order, but we'll call the special meeting to order, and then we'll adjourn from it when we're all done with your presentation.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Michael?
So we're scheduled for 3:15, it's 3:10 now. Are we expecting members of the public for
No,
this?
we're not.
These
I
particular...
thought we might. Okay.
Yeah, so when this particular applicant is not...
Because we were recommending that the abatement be approved, we did not notify the property owner, and so we are not expecting anybody to be here today.
Rachel?
I want to make a motion to go into special meeting so we can start this kind of all over again. I think these questions should be within the context of the special
So
meeting.
do we convene as the Board of Equalization, or do we need to do that? We just need to call.
County Commissioners.
Okay.
Okay, I would make a motion to convene a special meeting.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
All right, now we're here.
We are in a special meeting.
Yeah,
So, because the landowner wasn't notified, is there any problem with that? I mean, would be within their legal right to be here representing themselves.
I think if we were recommending anything other than approval, that would be the case, but because we are recommending approval, we're basically granting them what they asked for, and so I can't imagine that they would challenge us granting them approval of what they asked for.
Well,
Patty?
I think it's pretty clear if the property is adjacent, which the picture shows, a beautiful piece of property, and that by state law, our state statute,
Yes.
it should have been considered as residential. I don't think that there's any decision but to approve your recommendation.
Yeah.
Rachel?
I agree with that very much, and I was really unaware of the state provision, but it has a real beneficial effect because the higher property tax on vacant property was always a push to make people develop that property sooner, and that if this is a lower rate and, you know, if should they eventually develop it, it would be paid residential as well, but it reduces that push to have to develop it to get the lower tax rate.
Right, yeah,
So-
it's got lawn and trees and flowers and
Beautiful.
so it's.
So I would make a motion, oh, never mind, I will hold off till Michael spoke.
Michael?
Well, so it's considered residential, so we're considering classifying as residential. Does that limit the property owner's ability to put another residence on this
It does
lot?
not. It's just...
So the zoning doesn't change, or
That's correct.
this is still considered two lots?
That's correct. The properties have not merged. It's just a reflection of the actual use of the adjacent lot in conjunction with the adjacent, with the dwelling on the next door lot.
So at any point, the owner could develop that property?
That's correct. Or if it were to sell to an independent third party, whereby it's no longer under common ownership of the house, then until a house was built, the classification would revert back to vacant land.
Okay.
I think that I agree with what you said, Rachel, that people aren't under a pressure to build the second home. Now, in some cases, we maybe would want the second home to be built, but because they have the same tax rate as residential, they don't have that pressure to. So it keeps a little less density right in that neighborhood. But it doesn't take anything away from the rights of the people to build the second house. So
Right.
it's a good thing all around, I think.
I would make a motion to agree with and accept the appraiser's recommendation for an abatement for 630 Meadows, Colorado Trust property.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the request for the abatement. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
I'll make a
Thank you very
motion.
much.
Do we want to adjourn? Make a motion to adjourn our special meeting?
Oh,
I'm
Ready to
not
run,
going
ready to
home yet.
run
I'm
here.
not going home yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, moved and seconded to come out of the special meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving back to open discussion item, which ties really right into the future agendas. And I forwarded an email to all of you about a thing that Reeves Brown is heading up called Building a Better Colorado. And there's going to be a meeting at the Glenwood Library on Monday from 1 to 4. And all the Eagle County commissioners all indicated they were planning on attending that. This meeting, let's see, the issues they're going to be discussing are the constitutional amendment process, conflicting provisions in Colorado's constitution, decreasing confidence and involvement of citizens in the election process, and the imbalance between citizens' expectations of the services. So it's some pretty big constitutional items that are on the proposed agenda. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for bringing this to the board's attention. Club 20, this most recent weekend on Saturday, was probably the first test group to participate in this, and so I did sit through the process. They are trying to bring about whether there's consensus on items to deal with some of the state fiscal budget areas brought about by Tabor. And so they did a little bit of a clicker session and discussing the pros and cons. I will tell you, I found that the process right now is clearly at a 60,000 foot level. It's not very detailed. There was discussion, you know, fiscally, the primary item that is actionable fairly easily is what's called the hospital provider fee. There was a fee that is charged to everyone using a hospital bed once, and it goes to back to the hospitals to cover unreimbursed and indigent care. And so it's made the hospitals a lot wholer and helped them literally, excuse me, in keeping insurance costs down from unreimbursed care. But when that was put into place, they did not really book it as a fee, and so it is counting under the Tabor revenue calculations as taxes. And so they tried last session to fix that and move it into being an enterprise fund, similar to our landfill enterprise fund or the airport enterprise fund, but legislatively it didn't pass. And so that is one fairly small Band-Aid that could happen to the larger state budget. It would move $221 million away from Tabor refunds and into the ability for them to transfer to transportation. That is something Club 20 supports. Separate from that, they're starting to ask about bigger Tabor tax refund questions in the future and trying to gauge people's sentiment over, would you support just saying the refund stays with the legislature and they make the decisions they are elected to do as representational government? Or would you want to have it targeted in the ballot question that yes, the state can keep the Tabor refunds, but they have to be spent on either this specific program or a series of specific programs? What I found a little bit lacking, and I've wanted to call Reeves Brown about it, is that everyone had their arguments for one or the other of those propositions, but they really weren't thinking in the real world of how campaigns and political movements play out. And, you know, so that you didn't hear any of the opposition arguments. You didn't hear how it would be framed to knock these off the ballot, basically, and make sure they're defeated. Because if it's, we want you, the legislators, to make the decisions in the future, so here you go, the ad will immediately be, they're asking you for a blank check. It's a blank check so they can do big government spending again. And I think when you realize how things are perceived by the public or could be painted to the public, it kind of changes your impression of them. The other items that they're really going to be covering is initiative reform. Should it be as low a threshold as it is now? Should you have to collect signatures in each congressional district? Should it be a higher number of signatures? What, so we can get out of having our state budget and the Constitution. I think the general wisdom of the folks bringing this forward is that Gallagher is here to stay and no one is going to touch or change Gallagher. But people are looking to say, how do you fix the other revenue shortfalls? And so they're also talking about term limits. Should term limits be removed for the state houses, because counties and cities already have an ability to bring it to their voters to opt out. They're not bringing it, that question, at a lower level, but just simply state offices, should they eliminate the term limits. And then the other, what was the other big one they're really questioning on is Amendment 23 and school finance. And questions along the line, should school finance be moved out of the state general fund into its own fund? Would that make it less rateable, less subject to the negative factor every year? Or other ways to deal with, should we request the public give us a timeout from Amendment 23 and not have to increase the school funding? Which to me doesn't make any sense, because we're already 1,000 per student behind where we were just 5 years ago. But I think it's worth participating in. I'm not so sure that it's not at such a high level and they're not going too far into specifics that if they try to use this data later, it's not really valid because not enough specifics were offered or thought through. So that's my assessment of it. I may try to participate again, but I've already used the clicker. And, but I would encourage people to see what they can do. They did not talk about transportation funding at all, and that's a separate issue. So there's that opportunity for us if people want to RSVP, go down there on Monday.
So how do we RSVP? I'll try, I'm not sure.
It seems like kind of an email chain that was Jackie Whitsitt who put me and Steve Scadron on email to send the information to us. And kind of what Reeves was asking was for people then to send lists of people who were interested in participating. People meaning, at this point, elected officials and community leaders are really what they're looking for. And I could send an email if anyone who would wish to participate in it, whether you can go on Monday or not. I'm planning on going on Monday. I think it's important to participate in it and learn what we can.
Well, I'll try. I'd like to try and go down there. I just didn't know if we needed to probably notice this then, in case there's 3 of us.
Well, that's why I brought it up in terms of
Are you going to go?
future agendas. If we need to, if 3 of us were going, then we would need to do the public notice.
I always say this, and it doesn't really matter, but when we're going to someone else's meeting, I don't see why we have to be noticed. It's not our meeting. We're attending another meeting.
I just think it's better to be safe than sorry.
Well, whatever.
Yeah. I don't believe I'll be attending, so.
So it's probably just going to be Steve and I, so.
And I can send the email just saying.
Yeah, if you just say,
and I
I'm going
would
to try and be down. At the library, the new library downtown.
1 to 4,
Okay.
Monday afternoon,
Okay.
Glenwood Library. Okay. And then if George or Michael were interested in attending, you could just show up, I'm sure.
Sit in the back and keep.
Okay, thank you. Any other open discussion items while we're on?
I just have an agenda item since we, on the meeting on the 6th, the work session, it's meeting with Lake County, is my understanding, but we have a whole agenda.
We're going to be moving.
Okay, I'm a little confused,
Yeah.
okay. The other thing is I don't know if the board feels that this is necessary, but because I wasn't here during all the marijuana licensing talks that happened, doing an executive session to get legal advice from the county attorney prior, I'm thinking on Tuesday the 22nd, so we know what our licensing options are. What can we do, what can't we do? I mean, how,
If one member is asking for an executive session, we've always honored that request. And I'd rather do it as a meeting beforehand rather than break into an executive session during the middle of a public hearing in a room full of people, so.
and I did mention it to John Ely, and he said it's up to the board, so.
Yeah.
I would like to have some of that information under my belt before I go into the meeting to know what our options are.
I would support your request.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would too.
Okay, so we'll schedule some time for
That'd be
advice
great.
from attorney, just so that you understand any implications
Perfect,
of
thank you.
Those decisions. So we're jumping around between I've got some open discussion and future agenda
Okay, I'm
items,
done now. You
so,
can do whatever you want.
whatever you want. Do you want me to go on open
Whichever
discussion or
you
future agenda?
wish.
I'm just trying to throw you off after all.
You
Can we
did.
just take an open discussion? Because
Open
I've got some
discussion.
trouble, instead of jumping back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
open
fine.
discussion.
Sorry, I thought we were, since we passed it up. Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay. So, open discussion, I've got a couple items for you. First, a while back, Rachel had brought up the possibility of the county doing a letter regarding rates.
Kind of forwarded the
And-
summit in Eagle County.
Regarding what?
Commissioners.
Yeah, rates for insurance plans being
Oh.
offered in rating District 9. And you might recall,
Oh, that,
last year, we had weighed in with the Division of Insurance to look at adjusting the rating areas. In 2014, there were 11 areas, with the resorts being pulled out separately from other areas. We had suggested that it was probably too soon to create such small populations for the purposes of rating. The Division of Insurance and the Governor's Office responded positively to that and took regions 9, 10, and 11 and combined them into one Western Slope district, which was effective that year. The overall rates in that area actually dropped. The letter that's in front of you now is an anticipatory letter. Really, we don't have all the information at our fingertips, but what some consumer groups are starting to see by going in and looking at individual filings from insurance companies that are going into the Division of Insurance for consideration for 2016 rates is that they're seeing a lot of those are being proposed to go up significantly, particularly in our Region 9. And Summit County's been tracking this pretty closely. They issued a letter, and like I said, it's more anticipatory to say, hey, we're hearing that rates for plans in Region 9 could be going up by as much as 22 to 30% in some cases. We really want to let you know that we're keeping an eye on this, and if we do see these increases, we would like to see additional information or justification so we can ensure that, one, those rates aren't excessive in terms of the anticipated cost for the plans, or that they aren't really, and I didn't use this language, but really aren't unnecessarily discriminatory, that folks in our region aren't paying a significant amount more for a similar level plan than other parts of the state without good justification. This draft letter that I put together potentially for Steve's signature is a very similar letter, just to thank them for the work last year. Basically say, this is what we're hearing may be a possibility. We are also keeping an eye on it. And as they're aware, we're participating in local efforts to try and control costs and such, and having that same information would benefit our local efforts, as well as give us the basis to kind of keep an eye, make sure our constituents are being taken care of. we don't have good information on what's going to happen in 2016 until later on this month, but it's really, like I said, just to get on the radar screen that we're watching. So,
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys remember we banded together with Eagle, Summit, Garfield, and traveled several times to various meetings with the insurance commissioner. One up in the courthouse of Summit County, once in, I met with her in Edwards with the Club 20 group on healthcare, and then actually down at the State House. And so I think this does exactly as John outlined, lets them know we're still paying attention, we still have concerns, and as the process, which I learned about during that last year, was that the insurance companies will send in potential rates for plans that they intend to offer in that given district. And then the insurance commissioners can accept them or reject them or modify them. It's almost like someone coming before the PUC for a rate hearing. And this is just asking for greater justification and keeping a close eye on those rates. So I think it'd be important to maintain that solidarity with the other counties in this region, and to go ahead and send this letter now and keep following it up through the fall. So I thank you, and I think it's a well-written letter. As I said, we originally received the request from Dan Gibbs from Summit County to say, will you guys back us up again and be out there too on this?
Great.
So, everyone okay with that?
Yeah, thanks, good.
okay. So, Steve, we'll go ahead and prepare that for your signature on behalf of the board then. All right. Last thing, just a reminder, tomorrow there is a tour that the board requested at High Valley Farms. You do need to have your IDs. By state law, they need to basically have them checking your IDs on video before going in. We will have some members of the press that will be joining you. I believe at least one may be driving down with commissioners. We do have a vehicle reserved, and I think we're scheduled to meet here at 8:30 to gather.
8:15.
Yeah, that's what the,
okay. Oh, is it 8:15?
it says leaving here at 8:15.
I will be here at 8:15.
That may have been
I'll be ready.
anticipatory of different timelines. That
Yeah, you always tell us to be here at 8:15, so we're here by
Right,
8:15.
right.
Yeah, I'm planning to go, and I'll be here.
Okay.
Is there any problem with driving a private car in there at all? I know they have a lot of
Yeah,
parking
no.
area, but if I drive down, I can just drive in.
Yeah, I will not be there. I know Kurt Dahl will be there. Brian Paul may be there. He had emailed me today, and we haven't had a chance to
Okay.
catch up.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, John. And
Rachel?
so I think George had said was not going to attend the site visit when it was scheduled. Are you,
I may be able to, I have to check my schedule. So
okay,
we'll
I'm just
see.
wondering if when we get started, will you do we need to pick anybody up in the intercept lot or anything like that on the way down?
You don't have to worry about me.
I'll come early to get the car upstairs.
And Michael, are you?
No, I'm not attending.
Because that way we won't wait for people who aren't going to be there.
Yeah, I'll come early to get the car upstairs.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and then I could do the next one as either part of future agendas if we're ready to transition.
Well, George had an open discussion.
We received an email from Matt Hamilton wondering whether on the election in the fall, whether we can have a drop-off point mid-valley or down-valley a day of election, which we've had in the past. So I'm sure Janice has gotten this email. I just wonder whether
Yeah, and I'm just looking to see
you had
if
a chance to talk to her about that or not.
I have not, but I'll try and catch her after this meeting.
Yeah. You know, I would like to be able to do something like that. And I think when we discussed the polling places and drop-off for this off-year election, the ballot itself had not really been finalized, and that this is an election for a school district that is Mid-Valley and has a lot of its residents in Basalt, you know, puts a little bit of a different flavor on it for me, that, you know, of making sure they have an easy place to drop it off. I just didn't realize they'd have a ballot question that was right on that periphery border, and you know, it gets a little awkward to say, yeah, we have a drop up at Redstone for people who forgot to mail it in time and want to make sure their vote counts, but then we're not going to have one in Basalt. And so I don't think it would be that much of an additional expense. And, you know, the prior year, it was at the church, but, you know, maybe there's an opportunity to even work with the town of Basalt to see if it could be a drop-off in the town of Basalt or something like that, where it'd be secure and hit all
You have to have somebody there with it. You have to
Yeah.
have somebody, I think you might even have to have 2 people there with it the whole 12 hours.
I'm not sure if it's 2 people, but we were able to work through drop-off spots during the
Yeah, I
last
think
election.
you have to be able to give them breaks, and they
So
can't.
on election day, the Grace Church will be a voter center. But before that, that wouldn't be a,
I don't
I
think so
don't think
on
they are
this
for this
election.
election.
Not on this election.
Yeah, because this is an off-year election, yeah.
Yeah.
so we're only doing the,
Yeah.
So I think you're right. We need to see if we can accommodate that, George. I think that's.
John, I'm not even sure that Redstone is a drop-off this year.
No, I don't
Next.
think either Redstone or Basalt. So I've got an email into Jan. She was not copied on that, so I thought she had been.
Okay.
okay, Rachel?
Yeah, I have a small open discussion, and it's really, I hope something that the board would support our John looking into. You know, we have the car wash out there at the Public Works for return of county cars to be cleaned out and vacuumed, everything like that, keep them in good shape. And over time, as we've come up with the agreements with the ambulance district and some fire districts, and they're able to maintain and wash their vehicles there, it's just really struck me that I wonder what it would cost to have one of more water efficient or recycled water type of car wash arrangements made. You know, they have those in California, they have them in many places where it's water short, and it's just struck me as a little awkward washing all this mud and silt off the car and thinking about what is the volume of all these cars all the time. You know, are we reaching a point where it might be, you know, cost effective or at least environmentally effective to use recycled water rather than fresh water to wash these cars? So I don't know what the cost is. And
Yeah, I don't know if we have access to any gray water down there or not.
yeah, well, I think it recycles its own water.
Oh, it
is what I'm
does.
saying. But again, I don't know enough about it. It could, the cost may far exceed the benefit. But I just thought it might be something worth looking into, since we're doing a lot more cars now.
We can take a look into that and bring some information back. Yeah, I don't know that we have looked into that.
Yeah, it's just, and even if not, it'd be nice to know how we contain the silt and make sure the silt doesn't get to the river, because that's an awful lot of red clay.
That we do trap, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And mag chloride.
Yeah, mag chloride.
That reminded me of something I wanted to bring up on a water-related issue. I was just up in Driggs, Idaho for this wedding, which is on the west side of the Tetons. And they have, every creek I passed coming out of there was completely drained of water for irrigation. Every one of them.
Totally swept.
Completely. They take every last drop, and they're irrigating. It's a huge, wide valley with lots of sprinklers running right now for wide variety of crops that they're growing there. But I was just thinking how fortunate we are here to have a different awareness about water. And even though the Colorado water law, you know, the irrigators can completely drain the creek in a lot of instances. That does happen around here, but it's not the norm. Most of the creeks have, you know, at least a fair amount of water running in them most of the way, or all of the way. So I was thinking how fortunate we are living here that, you know, maybe if we had a big, huge, wide
Plain.
river valley like in Driggs that's 10 or 20 times as wide as the Roaring Fork Valley, maybe it would be a different situation, but it was just a striking difference between there and here.
Michael, can I ask you a question? When do they usually turn off the salvation ditch at the end of the season?
October.
Okay, because I cross it a couple
Mid-October.
times a day on my walks, and I'm keeping going, there's still water, there's still water. I was just wondering, I love that ditch, it's one of my favorites.
Okay. Did we,
So, future agendas?
Yeah, and we are catching up on some future agendas, so you are going to see some of those things like you pointed out, Patty. We are aware on the 6th. We do plan on coming back, though, and maybe having a couple items after a meeting with Lake County, so.
I know Rachel was thinking about going on from there, right?
yeah, I will go on from there down to
Okay.
Denver because I fly out the next day.
We will keep that in mind. Open Space and Trails is looking at doing a ribbon cutting on October 16th for Elk Park. The Scenic Byways Committee is going to be having a meeting in Redstone, and they helped fund part of that Elk Park project, so we thought that would be a good date. We do not have a time yet. I'd imagine it would be late morning, probably for the ribbon cutting. But wanted to get that on your radar
It's a
screens
Friday?
and see. It's a Friday, correct. If there are commissioners that'd be available to participate in that.
Yeah, I put that on my calendar already with, not knowing the time, but just to save the space.
Okay, so just be aware, we'll be trying to nail down the time on that. We'll get it listed on your future agendas, but just wanted you to be aware, if you weren't already, that that was coming. Then the other, this wouldn't necessarily be for posting, but I think Kathleen Killian, when she was here talking about the Valley Health Alliance, had mentioned Dr. Casey Chosewood. And of course, I handed out my invitation, but he's an expert in population health management and is going to be coming in from the, I believe, Center for Disease Control and Prevention to be talking about challenges of workforce population health management and challenges that employers face, and really focusing on how communities can work together with their providers to try and accomplish what we're trying to accomplish with the Valley Health Alliance. He is considered a national leader in population health trends, and Steve, I think you had asked for information on this when he's coming, so just wanted to be sure that you guys had that. It is going to be limited seating. We are actually hosting it at the Health and Human Services building in that kind of combined conference room. So if you are interested in going, please RSVP and let us know so we can do the posting.
That's the same day as EOTC that I have on my calendar, but
Do we have any?
this one's in the morning. I have EOTC down that way, I don't know why, but I do. Maybe I'm just reserving it just in case.
I'll double check that. Those tend to move around a little bit
Yeah,
too.
and it could have moved, and I just couldn't figure out how to get it off my calendar. But this one's in the morning anyway, really.
Yeah, it does say EOTC on the 4 to 6 o'clock
On the 15th?
on the
Of October.
October 15th with Aspen hosting.
I don't have that either.
And as we know, that often changes before we get to the EOTC meeting, so. Rachel?
Yeah, and actually, I was going to mention something. It's not really something to put on the future agendas, but it is an opportunity if any members are interested. Lynn Padgett, Ouray County Commissioner, was named as the chair of the Rural Action Caucus through NACO when Sally Clark from El Paso County became chair. And so they're having their annual Rural Action Caucus conference in Ouray in October. And it's primarily, literally, the Friday and Saturday, the 16th and 17th, although there's some optional trips and fun things that people could pay extra to go to attend. And the agenda seemed like it was going to have some pretty interesting items on the two workshop days of Friday. Rural substance abuse trends and drug trafficking, preparing for an aging rural population, combating rural childhood poverty, historic district, creative district, how they're growing, the greenhouses and wellness centers, and other items like that. So I just want to let people know if that was something. I don't think there's any fee for registration for the conference, just for your hotel. And
You're gonna go?
things like that. I'm still trying to figure out if I really can fit that in right now. I'd like to, but the week before I had the Weir board in Boise, Idaho, and the week afterwards I'm going to a wedding. So
Can you give me a copy of that?
yeah,
Yeah, that'd be great.
So,
So, Rachel, do you know what time that starts? I had actually had it starting on the 14th, but maybe that was in the evening or
well,
something?
the Wednesday the 14th, they're again optional pre-symposium events, and they try to line those up from people flying from out of state and things like that. It's an extra fee. So they're having an all-day backcountry deep tour on Wednesday the 14th. And then on Thursday, they're having an optional Durango Silverton narrow gauge railroad tour. So additional fee and pre-registration is required. That's $179. I'm not planning on attending any of the extra cost items.
Yeah, some of
trip?
But then
Sounds good to me.
the working business items are all the Friday the 16th and Saturday the 17th.
Okay, because there were some of the items that were on there regarding aging. I was
Yeah.
thinking it would be good for me to be there.
Yeah, well, I can, it's a 2.5 hour, 1.5 hour presentation. If I'm able to go, I can bring it back to you too, as well.
Yeah, if I give me a copy, because I'll look at it, see if I
Okay.
want to go.
I'll see if I get that. Very good. It's the only future
We won't
agenda
notice
item
that
I
one,
have.
George.
George?
John, could you double check and see whether we are going to have an ELTC meeting on that October 15th date? And if so, we want to have some prep time
Yeah.
ahead of time and not.
And Brian is on vacation this week, so I will,
The other thing is, 2 weeks ago, Basalt passed on first reading the kayak park for Pickens County. We're the applicant in terms of getting the in-stream structure going. The second reading is next week, I think. But they were very receptive in terms of our invitation to collaborate with them on a public process and also to have a joint meeting sometime sooner than later and talk about the kayak park and perhaps have the consultant come and sort of be able to show town council what all the options are and what a kayak park may look like for the town of Basalt, at least for our section and other opportunities that Basalt could be looking at.
so we had talked about either doing another joint meeting with Basalt or Eagle, but it's sounding like really these are questions that would be pretty unique to Basalt. Maybe we should look at just a joint meeting with just Basalt to talk about these issues. Is
Well,
that?
but on the other hand, I ran into Kathy Chandler Henry.
And this is where I've been confused, yeah.
And she was actually commenting, when are we going to get together again?
Right.
And I said, well,
Right.
we were just talking about this kayak park. It may be a good opportunity to bring the Eagle County Commissioners in on that, because Basalt, of course, is in Eagle County, as one way, as we want to continue discussing our long-range strategic plans for the valley. So she was really interested as well. So it may work
Okay.
if the timing works well for everybody.
And I just wanted to be clear on what the board's expectation was, because I wasn't sure whether to look at both bodies or just Basalt for that discussion. So you think probably getting all three bodies together for that?
Well, if it's, if we're looking at, for me, if we're looking at opportunities for long-term future expansion of the kayak park in Basalt, going along their master plan for the river, I would think Eagle County would want to be a part of that discussion and possibly a partner in the funding as well. So to bring them in early, I think would be beneficial.
Or at first blush, is maybe Kathy just talking about getting together and working on those issues we had at our last meeting with them. So because a meeting about the kayak park would be a meeting in itself. In other words, we wouldn't be able to go into child care issues or what are we doing about growth and all that. I think that would be, so we need to find out if Eagle County wants to just come over for just river or park,
Yeah, that's fine.
or if they want a broader discussion, and then I don't have a problem going both ways if we need to.
Yeah, I agree with that this one topic be kept discreet, although they certainly are invited if they would like to
Yeah.
participate, and we'd welcome that, and it
If
may
it's okay with us all.
be certainly helpful in joint applications to GOCO and things like that, to have the Eagle County Commission on board, and then if there's a time or a separate agenda to catch up on these other issues, I could certainly see that. Is there
Okay,
anything,
are there any further future agenda items? Any other things for the good of the order? Okay, we're done with this work session, and next.
Tomorrow morning, bright and
Tomorrow
early.
morning,
right now?
for those who are going to the High Valley Farms. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grassroots.